traffic from Joburg to here because of some accident. And most of the people are coming from that direction. So we are pleading with you to be patient for a few more minutes so that we are able to start with the program. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Salam. Malekum salam. Tumelang. Sanibonani. Minjani. Okay. This is a mining event. So I'm so worried, man. You know, it's been about 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. I haven't slept. Because I'm wondering, man, I'm thinking to myself, you know, I'm an artist. And I'm going to be sitting with academias. Or academics. Then I arrive, then it gets worse. Then I hear everybody, Prof, Doctor, Prof. I nearly called myself a nurse. The beauty about tonight is that we are here in a country that we love, that is called South Africa, the country that we really, really love, multicultural, the country that is always accepting people from different countries, the country that is always accepting people from all walks of life, regardless of gender, or they are religions. I feel so honored to be here tonight. I feel so moved to be here tonight, especially because I think of our former president, Ntate Thabo Mbeki, when he said that we should never be despondent because the weather is bad, or the incline too steep, or the price itself of doubtful value, impossible to pay, because it's just a mirage. I am not sure if I put it in a properly order, but I know that quote. So that we must keep going, and we must keep believing in ourselves and our beliefs. Then I'm sure you must be asking yourself also that, who is this guy who's talking so much? He never even told us who he is. Anyway, my name is Nelson Mandela. I'm sure you can recognize me. No, he said yes. My name is Presley Chweniakhaya, all the way from a small village in Mafikeng called Pola, in the Northwest Province. Some call it the Platinum Province, which has a platinum belt that goes all the way to Limpopo, to Sekhukhune. That is the country and the province that I come from. Yes, and some of you might know me from some of my films that I've done in the past. Tsotsi, the only film that has won South Africa is first Oscar award, the Academy Award in America. And some of you might also know me from the award-winning telenovela that is called The River, that plays on DSTV every evening at 8 o'clock. So, yes, that is my name. Otherwise, I'm a father of 3 and a husband of 1. But if you are interested, I'm open. I think I want to also apologize to all of you, because we started late with the proceedings, and because of traffic and other dynamics that were beyond our control. And I also want to say to our brothers and sisters that are a little bit lighter than us, but at least they are from the mining industry, or they have the kind of expertise from the mine industry, you should have come with a translator. Sometimes I'll speak Fanagalo, ne? You'll understand, wasn't it? Yeah? Okay. All right. But otherwise, I'll do my best to try and keep the program as brief as possible since we started late, because I know we have a lot to do tomorrow, as usual. Without much further ado, please just go ahead and play us our video, the multimedia DVD that we have. I'll appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Do you like a challenge? Do you see opportunities where others have lost hope? Can you hold on to a dream despite seemingly overwhelming odds? Solving the social and economic challenges we face as a country and as a continent is no easy task. Do you like a challenge? Do you see opportunities where others have lost hope? Can you hold on to a dream despite seemingly overwhelming odds? Solving the social and economic challenges we face as a country and as a continent is no easy task. The road is long and the direction is unclear. That's why we at the Unisa School of Engineering get up in the mornings, because we love a challenge, and because we know that with determination, creativity, ingenuity, and teamwork, a different future is possible.
Unisa School of Engineering endeavors to be the best engineering school in South Africa. We welcome great minds from all over the continent to study with us. Our engineering school has state-of-the-art laboratories and equipment, a first-class international reputation, and relationships with faculties all over the world and over Africa.
In the School of Engineering, our qualifications include diplomas, advanced diplomas in engineering, Bachelor of Engineering Technology Honours, Master of Engineering, and PhD in Science, Engineering and Technology. Our laboratories are state-of-the-art for research and innovation. Our courses are affordable, and engineering courses are EXA accredited, making them internationally recognized.
Working with industry and research partners, Unisa bring innovation to the people. We solve real-world problems, developing entrepreneurial and technical skills.
Unisa's open distance education and learning center can be accessed from anywhere, and that's what sets Unisa apart from the rest.
Unisa is ready for the fourth industrial revolution, advancing knowledge of artificial intelligence and robotics. Engineers create the future. They take big ideas and forge them into new realities. They make change happen.
We welcome applications from all qualifying students. Postgraduate applications are accepted year-round. Explore our qualifications and become part of a new generation of thinkers and doers, taking Africa towards a bright and creative future.
You are actually reminding me, I once performed at the South African State Theatre when I was doing theatre to people that were mute, and the marketing manager never told us that our kind of audience or our guests, it was so tricky, very tricky. I just want to hear your voice, sir. Just say hello. Pardon? Oh, hello. You also say. I'm glad you enjoy yourself so far. You saw what we're all about at Unisa. It was my birthday yesterday. I was turning 21. Hands, please. And I thought twice about coming today, but I had to do it because it's Unisa, you know. That's why you see they're telling you about robotics. Not the only ones that go away when there's load shedding. No, not those kind of robots. The ones that are underground. So it is quite important that we have this kind of evenings and discussions, especially with now the country focusing so much in the mining sector with the issues of zamazamas and the fatalities. This informal mining that is killing a lot of people, that is a total crime, that is bringing a very bad light into the industry. So I believe that with these kind of programs, we'll also look at creating a lot of awareness in our communities, especially in mining towns, your Mazenvilles, your Kuruman, your Rustenburg, and all these other places, that we teach our people that it's a real industry, and there are formalities and the skills that you need to acquire. You can't just go underground after drinking 7 black labels. So I am very happy that these kind of evenings create an opportunity for us to discuss these relevant issues that we have in our countries. As I promised, I want to make sure that we try and keep the program as brief as possible since we started late. So I'd like to call on stage, oh, okay, I forgot. I saw my professors coming in, so I was just telling them before you guys came in that, you know, I had everybody calling each other prof. I felt like calling myself nurse. So myself as a nurse, I'd like to call on stage Dr. Paswadi Mokobu, our Vice Principal from Institutional Development from here at home, Unisa. That's more like it.
The chairperson of the Unisa Council in his absentia. I noticed the deputy chairperson is here. And members of council of the university, the principal and vice-chancellor, Professor Lenkabula, members of the management and extended management present, members of the management committee, Unisa staff in general, the SRC present and organized labor, guest speakers who will be delivering the messages this evening, members of the diplomatic corps, MECs present, executives of the mining and energy sector, business people, members of the media, former Miss South Africa, entertainment industry, professionals, distinguished guests, good evening. Can I start again? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, much better. It's an honor for me to welcome everyone to this important gathering with the illustrious mineral and energy communities who have graced this event hosted by the first ever in 149 years, a woman principal and vice-chancellor of the University of South Africa. Distinguished guests, perhaps this event is an opportunity to give the mineral and energy industry a human face. As an institution of higher learning, often we are accused of being aloof, inward-looking, and being ivory towers. We are disconnected from the lived realities that society is facing. It is for this purpose that within the context of mining and energy, we collectively need to address human rights issues and deal with challenges related to land, housing, water, and the environment as well. These are important matters, and it is in consequence that we have called you here to share perspective and some of the experiences that as an institution of higher learning, focusing on Africanization and African and science diplomacy, we could explore some possibilities that are beneficial to our continent. In addition, over and above our role of providing skills, human resources, and knowledge by conducting research, we also have a vital role to play in the broader transformation of society. Interestingly to us is that between ourselves as an institution of higher learning and both the mineral and energy industries, we share some common identity and perceptions that we can collectively work together to change if ours is an objective to service, empower, and transform society. Moreover, we have a similar responsibility to eradicate the twin evil of poverty and inequality and to create and support the notion of a better life for all in our country and the continent. Our continent is wealthy with abundance of mineral that can turn Africa into a first world continent that can compete globally whilst leaving a lasting legacy that will benefit our people and go towards the alleviation of poverty, sustainable growth and economic sustainability in our continent. The challenge is to deal with the paradox of plenty. We have a responsibility as Unisa and both the mining and energy sector to reconsider how we do business. Perhaps as Unisa, we may need to reconsider our education offering and qualification to be relevant and tailor-made to meet the skills required by the industries. Equally, in the mining and energy sector, with the minerals that Mother Nature so bequeathed on Africa, we need to ask ourselves how we are not assisting to develop our continent, why we are not winning the war on poverty, unemployment, inequality, corruption, and maladministration. Perhaps the energy sector must equally be asked the same question: why do we continue to have the problems of load shedding, continuous increase in petrol prices, and so forth? When we have so many natural resources, of course, this becomes a complex situation. Is this the lack of skills or the provision of education inadequate or just a pure resource curse? Consistent with the African Union Agenda 2063, we must accelerate the implementation of initiatives that will propel the transformation of our country, continent, economy, and sustainable growth of our continent over the next 50 years. Initiatives around regional integration, industrialization, innovation, continent-free trade areas, and reducing dependency on loan. For us to achieve this, we need to engage one another and learn from one another. Of course, we cannot do this without visionary and ethical leadership. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is also critical to highlight the importance of education as an overarching pillar of our success in harvesting the required skills that the mining and energy industry will need to produce and sustain themselves and the nation in the short and long term. We have the raw materials, minerals, that are critical for the economy and social existence. We have Unisa as a globally recognized African university in the service of humanity. And what is needed is to build human resources, utilize academics effectively, and harness our relationship to the benefit of our country and the continent. We have the expertise and scholars to help innovate the minerals and energy industries. In return, the industry has experience. Praxis becomes our solution. Let us work together. In conclusion, we believe this engagement will bear fruits for our future endeavor to foreground research and development as an impetus for a sustainable and innovative mining and energy sector to improve the socio-economic well-being of our society. Ladies and gentlemen, while we engage this evening, please share your thoughts, contribute to the discussions, and advance knowledge, and also continue your involvement with Unisa as we wish to carry on growing and integrating the new ideas, remaining motivated and responsive. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you are all welcome to this engagement, and please enjoy the rest of the evening, and I thank you.
Another round of applause. Thank you so much, Doctor. A lot of relevant and concerning issues that are very, very concerning, not only in South Africa, but Africa as a whole. Issues of poverty, corruption. We speak about them every day. It has become a poem. I am going to now ask Mr. Sietse van der Woude, Senior Executive, Mining Modernization and Safety, Mineral Council of South Africa, to come and address us. He is from the Mineral Council of South Africa. You're welcome. Matsoho.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Vice-Chancellor, ladies and gentlemen. Fortunately, our colleague has done an excellent introduction of all the dignitaries, so I just have to say all protocol observed. I think I couldn't have asked for a better context setting that was done as by the speaker before me. If you look at the satellite picture of Africa at night, or the world at night, then Africa remains the darkest continent. And at the same time, we have so many opportunities. We have a vast resource potential in wind, hydro, solar, geothermal, and the falling costs are increasingly bringing renewables within reach. Secondly, we've got Central and Southern Africa. We have abundant mineral resources, approximating 30% of the global share, essential to the production of electric batteries, wind turbines, and other low-carbon technologies. So the question is, how can we address the challenges that we have, and has been so well articulated, and at the same time use these opportunities? So in terms of the question of how R&D and innovation could be a key or a catalyst for this, we talk about research development and then also innovation, or RDI, I will refer to it throughout the presentation. If you just think about the current challenge that we have, on the one hand, we've got to deal with the impacts of climate change and the impact that that may have on future generations. That is a major challenge in itself. And on top of that, we've got to deal with energy security, which is not only a major challenge in South Africa, but also all over the world, and particularly sharpened in emphasis now with the war in Europe. So most of the minerals in green technologies like electric cars, wind turbines, and solar panels need mining. If you look at the mobile phones, which is the fourth industrial revolution in our pockets, 28 of the 29 elements used in the mobile phones need mining. And 14 of those elements have a recycle rate of less than 1%, making it necessary for us to continue to mine these minerals and materials. Program Director. But it's not only innovation that needs mining, it's also the South African mining industry that desperately needs RDI. Over the past decade, our multi-factor productivity, which is an indicator of how innovative we are, has been fallen by about 8%. And at the same time, mining cost inflation was 2 to 3% higher than general inflation, which put us in the top half of the global mining cost curve. And despite these challenges, the mining industry bailed out the fiscus and the economy in 2020 and 2021 during the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2021, production value sat at 1.18 trillion rand. Mining saw employment rise by 6,000 jobs. The GDP contribution went up from 7.1 to 8.7%, and over 150 billion rand was paid out to employees. If our mines are not globally competitive, as has been alluded to, they will not be able to attract the capital that is necessary to start a mine for new projects and compete with other resource investor-friendly geographies. And if we cannot sustain this global competitiveness, there could be significant consequences for the 460 direct employees and millions of dependents. RDI is not only necessary for the larger mining companies, but also for the management of exploration and mining applications and permits to ensure the optimal prospecting, development and extraction of minerals for the benefit of all. This will lead to sustainable, all-inclusive economic growth, job creation and poverty, all the challenges that we need to be addressing. From the investment side, the world's largest investors, if one looks at BlackRock as a very large pension fund in the US, and also the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a lot of them are putting a lot more emphasis on the environmental, the social, and the governance issues beyond the usual metrics of costs and productivity and so on. There are numerous examples of how tailings dam failures, corruption charges, or the destruction of heritage sites impacted on companies' reputations, their social license to operate, and also their share performance, not to mention the time that it will acquire them to get new mining rights. Firms that fail on these issues will increasingly be distant from the best talent, and it will become harder and harder to access capital. So let's just take one of the topics on the safety. In 2020, the BlackRock CEO wrote to other CEOs and said, They will not invest in mining companies that shortchange safety. Now, RDI is needed on health and safety to make sure that we do it as best as we can. Year to date, we've had 39 fatalities. In each one of those families, it is a tragedy. This is in comparison to the 42 the same period last year. But we cannot stop, we cannot rest, we cannot not do RDI while people are dying in the mines. What distinguishes us in our context that has been described very well is that we need to, in our RDI, we need to be very, very people-centric. We cannot have a tech-centric agenda in South Africa or in the African continent where we still have to deal with so many other challenges as well. So on the one hand, we need to innovate South African mining, and second thing is that we need to do this in a way that is socially acceptable, ecologically sustainable, and also inclusive. Accelerated by the demands of dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, organizations and individuals are experimenting with different ways of working and living. The pandemic slowed the world, but it accelerated change. Just to give you a few examples. One of the mining companies, Seriti, they had 80% of their employees register on a communication application, and that in the past would have taken quite a long time. Also, another example from one of the mining companies, they had to use innovation to reduce the 4 hours that it took the people to get into the mine, to reduce that to 35 minutes. Also, if you look at the vaccinations, because we've got so much experience in managing TB and HIV, 77% of the employees were vaccinated versus the national average of below 50%. President Mandela has said, everything seems impossible until it is done. We can actually make different decisions and do things in a better way. That's what RDI is all about. But there's a couple of things that we need to have in place to actually deliver on that aspiration. The first thing is we need a people-centric 4IR technology-enabled modernization strategy that provides solutions towards globally competitive mining. Secondly, we need an accelerated transforming RD&I capacity building program to restore South Africa to the leader it was in mining research, development and innovation. We need public-private partnerships like the Mandela Mining Precinct to facilitate modernization. We need infrastructure like a test mine where innovators can turn research into solutions. We need multiple sources of income and investment to make sure that these are significant and can really make a difference. And then we also need the technology tools to enable us the implementation of modernization. Now, in all of this that I've been talking about, partnerships are absolutely critical. R&D-I is inherently a very risky process. You don't know what you're going to find on the other side. And it's best that you undertake these endeavors with people who you trust. So we are very proud to be partners with government in a public-private partnership, the largest public-private partnership in South Africa on RD&I. So just to repeat that, Mandela Mining Precinct, the largest public-private partnership in research, development, innovation in South Africa, which is aligned with the latest white paper on science and innovation, which clearly recognizes the mining industry in the future. The Mandela Mining Precinct is co-invested by the Department of Science and Innovation and the Minerals Council, and co-managed by the CSIR on behalf of government and Minerals Council on behalf of its members. We also have other partnerships, like a 5-year partnership with a small innovation company to can make sure we're on the cutting edge. This year we have a particular focus on security and crime issues, which you know is a major issue and which leads to humongous losses for the mining industry. And so we facilitating the mining companies learning from each other in terms of those technology innovations that can make it better. So these few examples of partnerships at a PPP level and also at a Minerals Council level. A lot of this may have seemed quite daunting, but I just want to say in closing that South Africa is actually in a very, very unique position. On the one hand, we have the most complex of environmental and social challenges to solve. That is on the one hand. And on the other hand, we have got the smartest people to help solve those challenges. So if we put our hearts and our minds together, mining RDI and mining itself can be a world champion that is a leader in ESG friendly and a force for the better of individuals and communities from mining. I thank you.
Another round of applause. Hey, I should have worn heels. He's tall, eh? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the inspiring words. And thank you so much for, sometimes to believe in yourself, you need to hear people tell you that you must believe in yourself, even though you believe in yourself. Thank you so much. I told you that I'm going to try and move as swiftly as I can because we started a bit late. So I will not waste any time. I want to call on stage from the College of Science, Engineering and Technology, Prof Simi Dube, Acting Deputy Executive Dean, College of Science, Engineering and Technology from here, not from far, here at home, Unisa, Matsogo. You see, when you're dealing with professors, she doesn't need notes and stuff and papers. It's all in here.
Good evening, and like the previous speaker, I will take this opportunity to say all protocol observed. However, I do acknowledge the management of the institution who are here with us, the Deputy Chair of Council, the Vice Principal, the Management Committee, Extended Management, and of course the industry from the mining or from the mineral sector, from the energy sector, and all the friends that we've invited who are here with us. I do acknowledge. And I thought while I'm talking, because it's not all in my head, so the colleagues will do the drama, the miracle of me seeing my presentation, if you could actually assist me with that. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I take this as an opportunity for us just to share as a college or as the Department of Mining Engineering at Unisa on how we are responding to the research and the development called R&I or R&D as a catalyst for sustainable and innovative mining and energy industry. What we want to share with you today is just as a college or as the department what we already working on. I think I will keep on, requesting that we then proceed with the presentation. So we have already touched on the qualifications, because for us to grow into the research and development, it means that our programs have to be responsive to what we actually need, and we see this as an opportunity of us actually developing from the undergraduate level that concept of innovation and in R&D and going forward. So we pride ourselves of the new PQM that we have in engineering, which we introduced in 2020. So when we moved from the NATED qualifications, we now have the diploma in mine surveying and the diploma in mining engineering. So you'll see that then they articulate to the advanced diploma in mining. And then we've also brought in the Bachelor of Engineering Technology, honors in mining engineering, and then the Master in Engineering, as well as the Doctor of Philosophy in Engineering. The reason being that we find that there isn't sufficient human capacity in terms of responding to the needs, whether it's in the mining or it's in the energy sector. So we still have that computation. As we speak, the mining department has very few staff members, and we're competing on very few masters and PhD over the 4 universities that are offering. So if we have a professor in mining at Unisa, that is crying for that professor and so forth. So there is need for us to grow that capacity if we are to respond to the research and development, and then to actually bring innovation in the space as well. So we have the research themes that we actually focus on. As we had charts or conversations earlier, that we're still focusing on the research that is related to the maybe what we call the old type of mining. We are not yet in the robotics. However, there are themes that we're actually responding to. For instance, mine health and safety is one of the areas. You talked about security, you talked about safety, the people actually are dying in the mine. So some of the research that the colleagues are working on respond to that. So research is currently done, for instance, in collaboration with CSIR. We actually Rotona Consulting Private Limited on coal explosibility. So we actually have such type of research in mine ventilation and refrigeration being another area, which of course speaks to the normal ways or trends of actually mining that we still want to improve in terms of the mine, the health in the mine, and the security and the safety as well. Next slide, please. And then, of course, rock engineering is another area which we actually work with in collaboration with the University of Limpopo. Slope stability being one of the topics that we look at, the tunneling and the shortcreting is another area that we actually work in. So we have, of course, bringing researchers, bringing our undergraduate students, the postgraduate students, to actually find solutions in these areas and improve the way that we're actually doing or addressing mining as well. Next slide, please. I'm cognizant of the time. And then mine design and planning is also another topic that we have interest. I must say that, of course, I'm going to touch on the energy as well. And from the keynote speaker, where you spoke about the minerals that are required in energy, are actually all the minerals that we have interest in coming with solutions in energy have to be mined in a certain way. So we actually have to find sustainable ways of actually producing those minerals. So we'll talk about those so that we see the synergy between the energy as well as the mining that we're looking at. So extension of life of mine is another topic. Optimization of the value chain from underground is another topic. So we also look at the mineral economics, where we actually looking at the framework for critical and strategic minerals in South Africa. So these are the themes that we actually busy working with in the college, specifically in the department. And then there is that room for collaboration, of course, especially when we talk about mineral economics and so forth, that we can actually open up for other engagement with other types of disciplines that then strengthen what you're actually trying to address. Next slide, please. And then the mineral beneficiation that we actually maybe touched on, safe and smart rock blasting for competitive mining, extraction of metals from tailing dams. And this also speak of the, the environmental issues that we were talking about. And this is not only limited to to the mining department. So you can move away from the School of Engineering and find the research that is addressing issues related to the environment because of the mining. So as we do mining, are we doing it responsibly? How are we treating the environment? How are we ensuring that whatever is actually dumped there is actually not creating a problem? So you find that the people in the water research have interest also in how these minerals or whatever acid tailings are actually leaching into the water and so forth. So trying to find also, not to find the problem, how do we actually repurpose that land again? How do we actually take it back to a land that can be utilized than for us to have just a problem, an environmental problem that we now, you said we've got one side, of responding to the environmental issues as well. Next slide. Now switching briefly, I'm not going to dwell much on the energy because of the time, but the load shedding that you touched on also is something that we know we have a challenge with. And that has actually created for us an interest as not just maybe as a college, but as an institution looking at our catalytic and each areas also as a university, that energy is one of the areas that we really want to work on. So when we look at the disruptions in the country related to power cuts and so forth, we actually do see the impact thereof on the industry. Impact, we know globally we're supposed to be doing well on the platinum, palladium, and so forth. But then when we have erratic, mine energy resources, it actually then creates a problem for us to have sustainability and so forth going forward. So we actually are positioning ourselves as a college to find solutions that then respond to that type of a problem and look at other alternative ways of creating, of coming up with maybe batteries or the lithium batteries or all sorts of batteries that we can recycle. How do we actually store our energy for us to be able to work and actually not have a problem going forward? And without going on each and every point on this, I'll just request that maybe we go to the next slide so that we then see what is a college, how we are responding to the energy issues. So what we've done is we've created an institute on catalysis and energy solutions. So the institute is an institute that really has a mission of solving energy problems for the future. So how do we actually do that? We're actually looking at the a catalysis focus area. So there is a group that looks at that, but there are also a group that looks at the themes on the energy solutions, looking at cleaner ways of bringing in energy, like the energy conservation, as well as biomass, waste, carbon dioxide, and so forth, as other things that we can explore, advanced energy minerals that we can actually explore for us to actually see how we can actually come in this. But also related to mining, we speak of the catalysis, as linked to the processes that are efficient, even when we're actually doing the minerals, but also how do we bring catalysis in bringing in a cleaner or green energy. So we have a research institute that is driving specifically that particular space, and then with that we can actually start to see the synergy between the energy and the mining industry. And I would actually say, because I'm literally behind time, I would like maybe the presentation to stop in this space, because what we can do going forward, because earlier I did mention in another conversation that as the School of Engineering, specifically the Department of Mining Engineering, we celebrate the relations that we have with the mining sector. So there is opportunities for us to explore even innovation as we also bring the fourth industrial revolution, the robotics, and also having a strong advisory board that speaks to our qualifications and the research, therefore, that we should be pursuing, that there should be that strong engagement on how do we respond to the needs of the mine and how actually we can actually proceed. And we do actually acknowledge the mineral sector for participating at Unisa and always supporting it with supporting us in developing the students, but also in supporting the staff, because as I said, we are short staff, but we do engage with the mining sector to support our staffing as well. Of course, solar as an alternative. I see Professor Lenkabula, I couldn't pick what she's saying, but I thought she was saying time. But I see what she's saying that I should not forget. That as we speak of sustainable energies and also innovation, we try to explore or provide students with an opportunity of the technologies that they can actually start trying to innovate at that low, at a diploma level. So people can critique and say it was a fast car or not a fast car. It's a diploma student who innovated on their own a vehicle that then takes in a competition, and that we should actually applaud. So the fact that we had a vehicle that was rugged for that particular terrain and that was actually tested on all quality issues to enter a competition, it says that the students themselves, because it's not staff, so people shouldn't look at that and say, oh, staff at Unisa produced that car, that, it is the student, diploma, not even in a master's or PhD or, science engineering students, but the diploma students, the national diploma that we are phasing out. So that particular cohort has an opportunity of innovation, of refining, if we partner with industry to actually do greater things. So with that, I thank you.
Oh, I thought you know by now. Another one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nakensa. Diabulela. Brasipo. On the left, Wamukosa. Nose. Diabulela, did I say it right? Diabulela means thank you, ne? Yes. Okay, thank you so much, Mama. Mining is so broad. Imagine myself at the age of 20, no, it was actually almost 34 or so. Something that we use. It has changed from 21. Something that we use daily. Toothpaste. Because of nuclear energy and uranium, I didn't know that it's also related to mining, and I put it in my mouth every morning. Can we imagine? So we keep going and we keep learning. That's why we're here. Now I'm going to call Principal and Vice-Chancellor address. I think there's a lot of people from Val. I've been hearing people who work at the hey, I guess I ain't voting anymore. So I'm going to call Professor, not Professor, Professor. I'm going to call Professor Puleng Lenkabula, Principal and Vice-Chancellor, not from far, not from underground. I know we are dealing with underground issues. Not from far, but from here, from Unisa. Round of applause.
Dumelang. I Sanbonan. Lochan. Are you sad? I heard when Mr. Chweneachai was making jokes, we weren't even hearing them or we weren't responding to them. He said at some point in his life he put an asset of South Africa in his teeth, in his mouth. I thought that would have been at least an interesting way to show how we protect our resources, as a joke that he was trying to share with us. Good evening, colleagues. No, are we sad? It's the first time I'm hearing people not responding to greetings. Let me acknowledge you, Program Director, Mr. Presley Chweneachai. I earlier said it's nice to be sitting next to an award winner in the global arena of art. So I asked you what was your interest in mining, and you told me it's a secret that we will keep between the two of us until you share it yourself. Let me also recognize the chairperson of council who's participating virtually and in this room, the deputy chair of council, Dr. Musia. Let me recognize colleagues in the executive and extended management of the University of South Africa. Let me also recognize Mr. Mzi Kumalo, the MEC of COGTA, eGov Research and Development, Mr. Sitz van der Wood, who has just given us our keynote this evening, all representatives from the mining and energy sector present. We appreciate your presence this evening. Representatives from various institutions of higher learning as well as the Chapter 9 organizations or institutions, members of the university community, student staff present here tonight, our partners, sponsors, and future sponsors, invited guests, distinguished members of the audience, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Professor Dube, I thought we would have started with driving or showcasing the car that our students would have done. So I thought perhaps before I speak we could do that. Because how else do we showcase in practical ways the outcomes and outputs of our students for industry to develop an interest in the innovation systems of this university from very nascent stage at a diploma level to really highly complex innovations, which is sometimes developed by those who are doing their doctoral research. Is it possible, Professor Dube? Only then I think I can share after my presentation. Thank you very much. I just needed to showcase the colleagues so that we don't just theorize, but at least we can show some of the practical work that's done by our students. It's truly my singular honor to welcome you all to this important dinner with business leaders in mining and energy sector. The dinner is taking place exactly 45 after the 45th anniversary of the Black Wednesday, which is also celebrated as the National Press Freedom Day. As Unisa, as an academic institution, we take the principles of academic freedom and freedom of conscience. We join many South Africans and the continent who observe this day in order to celebrate that idea that is important in our society around freedom, freedom of conscience, freedom to pursue knowledge, and freedom to look at opportunities. And mining and energy become the sites of this freedom, but also the sites of pursuing the economic trajectories of our lives. It is important, as I welcome you also, to reflect briefly on the ideas and the art in this, Mr. Chweni,
Twenyagai is actually done perhaps in celebration of art and mining and their intersection in demonstrating the possibilities that mining and industry and its implications for our livelihoods, for migration, social relations, work and income, social mobility, education, health, transport, logistics, manufacturing, and many other sectors that are entwined with mining and energy. The evolution of our country and national character was beautifully captured by the late Brahiu Masekela in his famous song, Stimela. In this song, he recalls the coal train that came from Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, Angola, Botswana, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, and from all over the hinterlands of Southern and Central Africa in pursuit of mining and energy entwined with livelihoods. So not only did the industry shape South Africa, but the entire cultural and economic landscape of Southern Africa has been impacted by this industry. Not only are these sectors important to our socio-economic and political makeup as a country, but they contribute and are intertwined with the national and global systems of knowledge, science, innovation, of which Unisa is central, if not a leader too. Amongst the universities that have been stated within South Africa as centers of mining and energy industry is Unisa, alongside WITS, as well as UP and University of Johannesburg. This is quite clear because of the locus of these universities and their central participation in the evolution and discoveries in the mining systems in our country. And so from a research and development perspective, Unisa as a university is interested in the ebbs and flows of the mining and energy sectors, and of course, the related financial and agricultural sectors where we continue to produce cutting-edge research and award-winning research that Professor Dube would have already alluded to. We're not just committed to research, but also to the intellectual property rights and patents that serve as catalysts for human and economic development. And so, colleagues, by so saying, we invite you to look with us on the opportunities, on the knowledge base that's available, the innovations, on how we can invest and ensure that the livelihoods are improved and the investments into quality education is also available. The latest quarterly employment survey by Stats SA in August 2022 shows that mining has gained marginal jobs. The actual amount is 4,000 jobs, whilst manufacturing continues to decline, meaning minus 12,000 jobs. The long-term trends, however, show a depressing picture insofar as mining manufacturing are concerned. And this happens in a context where the mining industry is still a sunrise industry in South Africa. In 1980, mining contributed 21% to the GDP, while today it stands at 8%. Whereas manufacturing stood at 20 or 24% in 1980 and 1981 respectively, today it stands at 13%. The decline, colleagues, is an invitation for us to looking at how we can use knowledge that universities such as ours produce and the innovations in order that we can transform this sector and ensure that it produces the best for South Africa and the continent. And I'm saying this particularly our keynote. You've stated that the devices that we hold at least have 23 of the 29, if I had the statistics, 28 of the 29. So we should be asking ourselves, are we investing in productive economy that allows us to enable ourselves to earning good outcomes, to winning the economic transformations and resources through our mining systems? And if not, how then do we improve these statistics that Stats SA has reflected for us? This is an engagement aspect that we are open as the university to exploring with yourselves. The global geopolitical and national dynamics do not make things easier either. As an aspirant developmental state, we cannot do the basics like keeping the lights on. The war between Russia and Ukraine has added salt to the injury by creating turmoil in terms of energy supplies and other important economic and trade activities that are beneficial for our country, particularly for this industry. From decades of research, it has become evident that the Brown developmental model has come at a price to the sustainability of the ecosystem upon which everything depends. Consequently, humanity is racing against time to arrest the ecological degradation caused by centuries of carbon emissions that destroy the environment and the livelihoods. It is in this context that the idea of just transition is proposed. In this regard, for Africa and countries of South, our path to a just transition must be informed by our levels of development, available capabilities and resources, as well as the needs of the economy and our people. In other words, we must search for new sources of energy, jobs, incomes, livelihoods, but we must also do so in our terms so that the resources that we have in our country become meaningful and create economic sustainability and ecological futures. Our vision as Unisa is very clear in this direction. We see ourselves as an African university that shapes futures in the service of humanity, what we refer to as engaged scholarship, research, and teaching and learning are anchored in the principles and values of academic excellence, freedom, innovation, and this idea of working with multiple sectors in order that we respond to the grand challenges, including the decline in the economic possibilities, especially employment within this sector. And if there are new areas that we have to explore together to creating the knowledge base and therefore increasing the decline that we've referred to, this is the invitation that Professor Meiwa has emphatically, as the Vice Principal for Research, has said is an important matter for me to really emphasize with yourselves, colleagues. According to the latest National Survey of Research and Experimental Development Statistics report of 2019 and 2020, the gross domestic expenditure on research and development, colleagues, it was 35 billion, I'll round it off. And we think year on year, there is a decline also in the research investment. Yet we want to spare ourselves into the fourth industrial revolution. There's one risk that we may fall into the trap of if we are only dependent on research that we borrow from other lands. But there's also an opportunity that we can make if we invest in research and development in the South African universities that are committed to ensuring that this sector succeeds. In the context of this research and development, our responsibility as an academic institution is to see business community, the mining and energy industries as epistemic communities that contribute to research and development of our country. So your practice of innovation, of mining, your experiments and experiences are quite necessary and fundamental for our researchers and our students' learning. And please always be open when we request for our students and our researchers to work with you. Perhaps we may even earn some intellectual property that may be resourceful for the future of mining and its economic sustainability. I wish to recall that the history of economic development across time and space tells more or less the same story, and the national innovation systems that breakthroughs in products, services, new markets, and transformation of value chains happens when innovation is central and when knowledge base is used for that. At Unisa, across 8 colleges, we have a range of centers, institutes, and research chairs where research and development work, scholarship, initiatives, innovations take place. A case in point has already been demonstrated by Professor Dube, including on our mining engineering and mining surveying, which are important levers. I'll not dwell into the details, as she has eloquently and really with substantive evidence demonstrated some of those aspects that they are dealing with, which are quite central. What we need support in is really to look at how the research in the 4.0 industrialization or the fourth industrial revolution and digitization is a learning environment, if not an accelerated environment for yourselves as the sector, but for us as universities. And this, colleagues, is an important invitation that we would like to ensure we work together with yourselves in order that our country does not or is not left in an area where it should be leading, given the many resources in our country in terms of mineral and biotic resources that are relevant to the mining and energy sector. So I'll just summarize by saying to you, colleagues, we are truly appreciative that you have come to our university, a university that's constantly improving its rankings, whether the Shanghai rankings or the Times Higher Education's global impact. We truly are committed to ensuring that we are the university that you can partner with, that partners with society, and that helps the economic systems to succeeding. In conclusion, colleagues, I'd like to state to you that our university is turning its tide, including improving our national science participation and innovation participation. We will be turning 150 years old next year in 2023. This is something that we're excited about because we are the first university in the world which bequeathed the world with distance education. I know some talk about it deserves a round of applause. It's an innovation from home, so we should be appreciative of it. I know there are some who tried to use the typing school in the Americas as the first modality of distance, but it wasn't a university. So that's the prize that we claim as Unisa, to which we would like as a university to ensure that the next 150 years, the history of Unisa, its impact in the global arena, even in the sector that we are engaging on this evening, becomes truly a leading asset that we are all proud of. We're really proud, even tonight, that one of our alumnus, the Keynote, was here to demonstrate some of the knowledge we would have bequeathed. And there are many of us who are alumnus of this university or alumni of this university. We request you to partner with us as we showcase the best that University of South Africa has produced, not only for our country, but for the world. We did not just bequeath you with President Mandela, the former President of South Africa. We also did President Mbeki and President Matamela Ramaphosa. They all come from Unisa. We don't limit it only to governing parties, colleagues. There are also opposition leaders that were also the outputs of University of South Africa, meaning we nurture Mr. Malema, Mr. D.A., what's his name, colleagues? No, not Mr. Steenhuisen did not study with us. Yeah, no. But the former, Mr. Musi Maimane, for example, these are also outputs of Unisa. What it means, colleagues, is that we nurture knowledge that allows people to be critical participants and agents of change in their society and in the global arena. And we do so understanding that it's not just these leaders. Whether you think about the former Reserve Bank Governor Jill Marcus, we also know money, colleagues, not just politics. Jill Marcus is also an alumnus of this university. Businessman Mr. Mark Lamberti is also an alumnus of this university. Our current Reserve Bank Governor, Mr. Lisicha Khanyago, the businesswoman Basitana Kumalo, and others are alumni of this university. So we are proud and we know that, thank you. We are proud and we know that when we invest with you, the talents of our students, whether a diploma, degree, master's, and their doctoral candidates, or even the professors at Unisa, that they will make the best partners because we train them to shaping the world and shaping the future. Welcome to Unisa, the place of leaders, a community committed to ensuring that your sector becomes a success that you wish for it to become. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you ever so much, Professor Puleng. I was hoping to see that new innovation, that car that was supposed to, okay, it's coming up. I think let's see it quickly before we can carry on. I'd like to see that. Yeah, it's still new. I'm sure at least 500 I can. Another round of applause. And you heard what the name of the car is, St. Presley. Yes, you didn't see. And she was talking about alumni and she was mentioning such important people, our former president, and she forgot to mention my name. You know why? Because I was never here. But I'm coming. I'm inspired. Please, you must please give yourself a chance to read the program as you move, done was there's a very, 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 very important item on that program. And as the character that I play on the river will say, you know, he doesn't pronounce words, just, you know, like I learned so much today because, hey, next week I won't feel them. I'm telling you, I learned words like alumni. I've been busy all along all these years. I heard from the professor that it's called alumni, not alumni. So next week is my week. So the word is called philanthropy. But then I want to go more deep because money is nice when you make it more romantic, you know. Like you can't just say money, no, money. You know, it must sound like, you know, something that is nice. Money. Say money, give me money. Give me money. No, my wallet then is closed. So there's an item there that's called philanthropy. So just know that we'll need give philanthropy. It's not a donation. You don't say, you know, I went to a function and then, you know, they mugged me. No, it's not a, you know, it's a contribution towards a good cause. Okay, so at some point I'll be asking you to participate in that item. So the ones that are here without the wives, you can call and say, hey, Fro, I'm about to, you know, with my black card. If you get a message, just know that it's for a good cause. I believe that we were all listening to our speakers, which I think one of the most important things that I took out of tonight was the word people, humanity, which is the most important thing, because we can have all the money, but if we don't invest in ourselves, in our in humanity, in our communities, then everything means nothing. So philanthropy, don't forget. So I'm not sure if we have any questions. There'll be a roving mic from the gentleman there. If you have any questions for our speakers. Oh, yes. If you have any questions, and then, yeah, we can take questions. Any questions? Okay, I'll start. I have a question. Mr. Sisi for the vote. How much do you get paid a month? Okay, he pays himself, so. Who has a question? Any questions? I know we are hungry now. Oh, okay. Okay. Because we started at not on African time, on Swedish time. We will we will eat first, okay? Although I'm on a diet myself, because you know my love bubble is about to explode. So let's eat, and then we can focus on the questions after, and then I think at least it will give us time also to think about maybe or reflect on what our speakers were talking about. And yeah, let's eat. Enjoy. Bon appetit. Oh, Mr. DJ, some African jazzinyana, emona, rasmetazas, man. What's wrong with you, man? Huh? Must we sing? Mr. DJ go kitchening. Mr. DJ is at the kitchen, he'll be back. Oh, he's back. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. How was the food? Hey, I was on a diet, but yes, man. When I smelled that steak, hey, I had to devour. And the food was fantastic. Thank you to the team. Thank you to the staff. The food was beautiful. We love and appreciate you. I'm just going to call our panel. As I said earlier on, that we'll be having some questions and answers. Barijuene on stage. I'd like to call Professor Dube. Oh, she's still finishing up her food. Sorry, mommy. And you know, people, I didn't know when you come to functions, you're supposed to bring your Eno. I saw someone with the Eno there at the corner. I saw another one with citrus soda there. Just in case they get too full. That's how nice the food was. I'm going to have Professor Dube joining us on stage. And then I'm going to have Professor Puleng Lenkabula as part of our panel. And then, of course, our keynote speaker, Mr. Van der Vode, who won't tell me how much he gets paid per month. Please, I want to take this opportunity to also reiterate that we do apologize for a late start. I know that it's almost 9 o'clock and we had promised to finish at 9, that we're going to just stretch it a little bit. So there'll be a roving mic and then we'll be taking all your questions. And no question is dumb or stupid. Every question is right. I think it's really important enough, so I'm going to swing things around this time. I'm going to ask Dr. Mtombeni, not Angelina. I'm going to ask Dr. Mtombeni to come and help us facilitate the questions and answers. Mr. DJ from the kitchen, just playing a little bit, swing, 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 while they come on stage for a change. We are full now. We don't want to clap anymore. Okay, we have to clap. Let's all.
Good evening. My name is Nomcebo, not Angelina Mtombeni. So I think that we have gotten that out of the way. I will be facilitating this session. And I would like to welcome back our speakers who spoke earlier. And now this is a time I think that is important for all of us. I know that we have academics, we also have our industrial partners. And I think we are more interested to hear from our industrial partners who are here, who are invited, your comments, your questions, particularly to our panel on what they've shared and the vision that they want to take forward. So if I don't see any hand, luckily you were saved by the bell. There's one question, but I think every table must have a question. So this first table, I think they've been saved. Can we have a question? Can you please pass a mic there? I don't know if my panel have mics. Can you ensure that they also have their mics? Thank you. And maybe just for the introductions, I know that we all just got into the room so that we also know in terms of the organization that you are coming from. That will be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Zam Baloyi, from Pastor Mine. Firstly, I want to say thank you to the Vice-Chancellor for the opportunity for us to get together and really reflect on, what is happening in our country in terms of mining and energy, and then focusing on the research and development and innovation. Looks like there is a way of doing it. Few questions if I'm allowed. The first one to Professor Dube, if I'm not mistaken. There is a perception out there in the industry that Unisa as a distance education in terms of research and teamwork relating to innovation for the industry, it's not at the same level of par with the guys that are in class collaborating and working together. And I was just asking when we were talking about this beautiful car that I saw, driving to Cape Town. How did you get that right when students are doing it at the distance level, not really collaborating and working as a team? That's question number one.
Can we please fix that? Thank you so much.
That's question number one. Question number two is, there is quite a lot of research, I've heard, and the program director was complaining that, me and him were called Mr. I've heard a lot of doctors and professors. But the question I have is, the research work that is being done, how do we take that into the industry, into implementation, where these solutions that, made people to become professors and doctors hit the ground and are being implemented and making a difference in the coalface or in the real world. Lastly, I had a cry from the institution, and as a mining person, I know we do have a lot of opportunities where some of the professors or some of those that are busy with research can be used in collaborations with the, for lack of a better word, suppliers or OEMs, because some of the technologies that might be coming out of that needs to be integrated into the machineries that we use underground. How do we facilitate that, teamwork, collaboration, of higher learnings and the OEMs or suppliers? Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. I'll take that the questions were not particularly to Professor Dube only, and maybe the VC can also come in. But I think the first one goes to Professor Dube. Can we have someone to assist?
Can you hear me now? Thank you. Thank you so much for the question. And indeed, we get that question every time as Unisa, especially on how our students in the field of engineering, in science, actually are competing with students elsewhere. Our students are using both modes. it's not that they are just on theory. They do practical work. They do practical work in our own environment. They do practical work in industry. So they also, if you come to the Florida campus, we have laboratories equipped for the students to come and have practicals in engineering. So we can start in simulations as they start in lower levels, but we grow for them to really have that environment where they can work. And the partnerships that I was talking about earlier, where industry helps us to, especially the advisory boards that we work with, help us to have opportunity for students to be placed in industry. We've got the work integrated learning, where students are expected. So the students that we're talking about on the solar vehicle, they are doing, that was a project on their P2. So they've got P1 and P2. So those were P2 students, and they've got team, they come on campus and design and develop and actually can then get to that space. So before they even get to final year for P1, P2s, they actually at level 1, level 2, they still do practical work. So we schedule laboratory work for them to actually come and do the work. And we do that across, even in the sciences, that's what we do. So they are not necessarily completing engineering without an experience of real life work. The second part of the question, you spoke about the opportunities of, I think it was collaboration, just remind me.
Yes, I think it was in terms of collaboration to say how can industry tap into these professors and doctors that have solutions, but it seems like solutions are staying here in the institutions of higher learning.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much for reminding me. I thought I memorized all the questions. We don't have any scripts to write the questions. But yes, we, at the university as a whole, we have Inhlanyelo. Yes. So the Inhlanyelo Hub, which is equivalent for, innovation or incubation, where the prototypes, the ideas. So in fact, we have moved from just doing research for publication. We are now moving towards whatever we are researching, can we have a prototype? Can we commercialize those things? So Professor Meyiwa sitting there, she's in the research and innovation and commercialization. So it is the agenda of the university for us to take those ideas. But we can't commercialize on our own, which is why we have this conversation. Because commercialization or translating a prototype to that product requires more investment. So it could be an idea as a professor or as a student, but it now needs more resources. So we are building that hub for industry to support us so that we translate it to products, which Professor Lenkabula was talking about, that we need to have our own, solutions or technologies that we start developing for us to see the impact going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, if I can also just comment on the issue of the suppliers and the OEMs and how they're integrated. I just want to go back to Mandela Mining Precinct. When the Mandela Mining Precinct was established as a partnership between government and the private sector, we knew that the higher education and research institutions had to be part of that. But then, with the same question, we also say, well, how are we going to bring the OEMs and the suppliers to come to this very important part of the value chain? And, I can remember those earlier conversations with some of these suppliers, and they were saying, why would I want to sit in the same room as other institutions and other supplier organizations? They're going to just steal my ideas and all of that. So there was completely not a culture of collaboration amongst those OEMs. So the progress that we've made so far is that there is now called an OEM forum, which represents the major mining equipment suppliers, which are globally based. Then we've also got a MEMSA, which is South African based. So at least they've come to organize them, and through the Mandela Mining Precinct, we're building those bridges, first of all, to understand what is the industry needs, secondly, to do the research and get the knowledge to address that, and then thirdly, bring in the suppliers to see how one can then actually commercialize it and make it, something that is increasing the mining industry's global competitiveness. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The VC, I don't know if she wants to add.
Yeah, I think our competitiveness is a challenge, and perhaps because, as you rightly say, the culture of collaboration and commercialization has not been invested in. And we have clear histories in South Africa of sector development that could have actually radically changed our economy as South Africa. If we think about the collaborations of 4 universities, for instance, on the automotive industry, with 1,000, I think it's a little bit like 56,000 components to making a car, and majority of those components coming from mining. We have not even looked into how we create stronger outputs, even in associated or cognate disciplines. We had Jewel, we're the first country, one of the first countries to invest in EVA car. It could have been also translated. I looked at the car that our students developed, and I thought this could be a good car. Its size, its agility could be invested, for instance, in underground mining. What you may want to do is how do you deal with the water and other elements, as we were discussing, Mr. Baloyi, to ensure that it could be agile. Is it something that the industry would be willing to invest in? Its size, its agility, its ease of invention? No, most times we wait for it to come from Korea or China or Americas. So I think the invitation is to look at how we can partner in commercialization, because the inventive aspects and the research aspects are always available. And we are just shortchanged by the commercialization, and that's an area that we would like us to invest in. The last point that I wanted to make, yourself, Professor Mtombeni, you should state that the quality of research in your department, because you're engineering with Professor, is also you're one of the best rated departments in the country for engineering sciences. And it's very important, therefore, for the mining sector to look into possibilities of that, because not many universities in South Africa are comparable with your department on some of the engineering aspects. I have to say this because if we don't say it, colleagues, you won't know the talent available and the possibilities for innovation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Since I have the opportunity to advertise my department, I am from the Department of Chemical Engineering. We are based in Florida, and this is an invitation to each and every one of you to visit us. So you've seen me, so I'm expecting that I'll be getting a lot of requests, because we have a lot to showcase. And indeed, I think tonight here sits the brains and the possibilities of the Africa that we want. And I think if we don't start, when are we going to start? And I think this is where we now have to say the innovation is here. We can see what even our undergraduate students are capable of doing. And now if we go to postgraduate and the research and the professors that's there, let's tap into that. But as the university, we are saying, come, let's see how we can grow the economy by ensuring that we commercialize some of these innovations that have come through. That was the first table, so I'm looking for other questions. Because I know the lady. the former Miss South Africa, Karishni Naidu. I think the question will come from her.
Thank you so much. Firstly, I must commend the Vice-Chancellor and everyone here tonight on the fact that there is an opportunity to engage with the university. I think it's outstanding that you actually extend invitations for us to engage with you. And for me personally, I just wish that there would be more engagement between the public and the private sector. And Prof Dube touched on energy within her presentation. Mr. Van der Voorde mentioned that he touched on social and environmental factors, but you also mentioned that we have the intellectual prowess in this country to fix the crisis. And of course, we've had Prof Puleng mention that Unisa's created many change agents. And I'd like to know, considering the fact that yes, we do absolutely have intellectual prowess in our country, and this is such a promising land, but unfortunately, so many people believe that the grass is greener on the other side. And it actually isn't. This is paradise if we could fix the leadership. But the unfortunate situation is that the brain drain in our country deepens every day. And we're losing future promising citizens of our land because they will take their skills elsewhere. So if we're in this situation of load shedding, I remember getting back into the country and finding it so bizarre that we had to go through load shedding. Decades later, we're still load shedding. There's just no end in sight. Whatever happened to strategy? Whatever happened to executing some sort of plan that's in place, whether it's short-term, medium-term, or long-term planning? So my question is, if we have all this intellectual prowess, and yes, we're sitting here amongst many academics, and such promise from students, you look at the car that they've created, how is it possible that we could engage the likes of ESCOM and help them create a strategy and a plan? Because as it is, they're continually fixing setbacks all the time. Generation outputs are not available, capacity shortages, and as far as I'm concerned, my humble view is that they seem to be the only house in the dark. And I really, really think that they need your help. So how can we help them?
I am glad the questions are not for me. Can I start with our VC?
Professor Dube says this is my question. I think it's a cop-out. So I'll take a bite at it, and then I'll ask her to then give the details. I want to state that as the University of South Africa, we do have an energy, and actually your neighbor there can help us to even answer it better. We have a center, and also we have chairs that are quite committed to the energy solutions through knowledge. We participate in the construction of policy papers in order that they can intervene or influence decision systems and value processes within the varied sectors, including energy. Perhaps what you have raised is an area for South Africa to really invest in, to trust its inventions. Right now, as a country, I just hinted to Jewel and said we were the first, amongst the first countries in the world to invest in lithium battery, CSIR, for instance, with Sasol. Sorry, Dr. Baloy, I'll put you on the lithium battery, EVA cars, multiple investments. We're buying EV or EVA cars from the US, whose intellectual property would have either at a nascent stage started in South Africa. So we need to look at how our policy makers and decision systems in governance, whether private sector or public sector, take seriously the investments and knowledge from the universities. That's one area where there's a chasm between the research and the innovation and the practical systems within the private sector and the public sector. If I were to ask industry leaders here, who is in your research and development or innovation, you might find it's not the university graduates of the University of South Africa or the sector. And that's an area that we have to overcome. It's not just the brain drain, it's the recruitment of solutions that are archaic and that do not help the contextual responses or solutions in our value processes and value chains. And that's something that our university would like to appeal. We are here, we can journey with you. When you make profit, you can just give us a small share for us to reinvest in more research. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I mean, I hear in there a cry for hope, that we have hope amongst the people. So there's two things. Firstly, in terms of the energy situation, it is very complex. We are very actively involved with Eskom and the energy sector to see how these things can be solved. So from where we sit, we don't see this as just things falling over and happening and all of that. There is, a lot of things that have to happen. Can it be done better? Can it be done faster? Absolutely the case. The key thing for us has been that private sector can generate its own capacity and its own electricity. That has been a major, major shift and a recognition that we have to see how we can reduce the load on the system from the mining companies and rather use the energy. So we really hope that is something that will help contribute to the demand that is needed. So that is the one thing. The other thing, which is a bit more touchy-feely, but I think what you very clearly articulated is that I said to the Vice-Chancellor earlier, I really find this an inspiring evening. I walk out of here, I feel energized, I feel I want to do new things or different things and all of that. It's remarkable. But what I find is that there's so many conversations happening in different places. But these conversations do not come together. And I think this is where you could play a major, major role, that you previously were representing South Africa and bring the pride in South Africans. We have so much going for us. But at the moment, with a lot of the challenges, Eskom, Transnet and security on its own, that is a big challenge. And individuals make the choices. But if we can start creating an aspiring group and say, this is what we want to achieve. We want to do the right thing for our kids and for future generations. I think that could be incredibly helpful. I think tonight is an example of that, but I think we need to be much more deliberate in that and say, let's bring these conversations together and bring this intellectual proudness, as you call it, let's bring it together and for the better of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the Vice-Chancellor is asking that we become bold. So I know we have representatives from different industries, and she's asking that from the profit, we need a small share that we can reinvest into knowledge generation, into innovations. And so I'm hoping that when you leave today, if you don't commit, you might say, maybe I will send an email something, but I don't expect that you can just leave without committing that small, donation that we need. But I think it's very important that that conversation between the public, I think we as the higher education, the private sector, and the challenges that we have to say, let's have one conversation on how we move forward. I'm looking for another question. Okay, if I don't see, I'm sure thank you so much. I also have another question there.
Okay. Okay. My name is Bethwell. I'm from the Mining Qualifications Authority, a SITA that's responsible for the mining and mineral sector. Anybody can take my questions, but maybe it'll be more Minkosa, the Mineral Council of South Africa. We all know that knowledge that's not applied does not really help anybody. I think in this country we've got many people that know what needs to be done. But I don't know what happens when it comes to actually rolling our sleeves and getting the work done. I don't know what ends up happening. But I know that there is a strategy, rehabilitation, not rehabilitation, I mean, what is it, beneficiation. There is a strategy that the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy has. But something is not happening. And that has to do with implementation. I want to find out from Minkosa, what is exactly happening with that strategy? We have got a serious issues with unemployment, we all know that, with regards to especially young people. Over 60% of young people are not employed. More for so African women, their unemployment rate is very high. That is a challenge. But we still continue to see our raw materials being exported and coming back as finished products when we have got high unemployment rates like this. What is the problem? Is it the problem of the strategy that is inadequate, or there is a problem with lack of appetite from your members? I know that you don't control 100% of people in the industry, but I think you are about over 90%. What is the issue? Is it that the strategies are inadequate, or the problem is that your members don't have that appetite to make sure that beneficiation actually happens? That's a very serious issue for me. Then the next issue for me is the issue of Zamazamas. We've always known about the problem as a country. What is actually happening with Zamazamas? I don't know. We told that we are losing about 41 billion rand a year to Zamazamas. That's a criminal element. We all know that. But one challenge for me is that I have not seen serious eagerness from the Mineral Council of South Africa to say we want to stop this thing, root it out. It's more like it's left for the police and the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. Maybe it has happened, but I haven't seen it. So I would want to find out what is it that is practical that your members are doing to try and stop it. That's another element. One element, maybe I will stop right there. One element is the fact that it is said that there are people who are actually mining together with your members. Zamazamas is a criminal element, that's something else. But those ones are going for derelict and ownerless mines. But it is said that there are those who are mining together with your own members. What is it that the council is doing to try and stop that? I know that you know about that. It's not something new. Of course, there's an element of rehabilitation. That is a problem. What's happening? It can't just be for the department and the police, because the cause is your members in the main. Maybe let me just stop there. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think we're now getting to the bolder questions, so I really appreciate that. I think the beneficiation one is a particularly important one. The Minerals Council supports beneficiation as long as it makes economic sense. We cannot compromise our global competitiveness in doing the beneficiation. So I'm just going to give you one example. If you take many of the products that have to be beneficiated, manganese, iron ore, all these things that we're talking about, very energy intensive. And at the moment, energy security and affordable energy is not a luxury that we have in this country. So that is a particular challenge in our, in our beneficiation trajectory that we have to take into account, when we consider these issues and how important they are. So that, another example I want to use on the beneficiation, there was a state diamond trader established by legislation to which mining companies had to sell 10% of their diamonds that they mined at a reduced price. And that was supposed to help the polishing industry in South Africa. We cautioned at that time, the way it was set together, that this is not going to make sense and it's going to lead to some serious problems. We had at that time, I think, between 2,000 and 2,500 people working in the polishing industry. Today we have around 200. So one has got to be very careful with your policy instruments that you use, like the strategy you're referring to. Got to be very careful that it is actually going to incentivize the right behavior to achieve the same outcome that we all share, and that is a better economy and lower unemployment in this sector. So it's a very complex issue. Our members, certainly they look at opportunities that are there. We're now looking a lot in the hydrogen economy and so on. So that's on the beneficiation one. On the illegal mining, I can just say on the 10th of November, later this year, we're going to have a day of learning, as it's called, to look at the technologies that can be used to deal with security issues. And one of the major security issues is the illegal mining, one. There are some of our members that already use satellite pictures to try and see, where this is happening and how they can better control that. But in all fairness, it is a criminal activity. So we are very happy to play a public partnership role in that, but we cannot do it on our own. There are too many challenges, too much ingrained in the social fabric and challenges that we face in this country. So we need the police and the government to be involved. I must say, in the last couple of months, there's been a lot of engagement with the police and working on it and see how we can work it out. But we're doing an incredible amount of things to try and address that particular issue. And then you need to give me the third one again, just a key word. The third issue. Oh, the rehab. Yeah, rehabilitation, I think that is a massive, massive opportunity. Just to give you some figures here, there are about 6,000 derelict and ownerless mines and with tailing storage facilities in this country. 2,000 of those are active and the rest are inactive. They are being rehabilitated in a program that goes fairly slow. That is a massive opportunity for us to accelerate that, create jobs, and not only create jobs, look at the other side of beneficiation, which we certainly also given a lot more attention following Zama Boloy's question, is actually looking at connecting with the supplier community and how we can actually help, accelerate that cleanup. And we could develop unique IP protected products that could be, exported as well. So thank you for those questions.
Thank you so much. I think indeed the issue of Zamazamas is a bit of a problem, and it doesn't only affect but it impacts on the communities Case in point in terms of the women that were assaulted by the Zamazamas. So I think it is a concern that we need to say, how do we address these challenges that we have in our communities? I will take our next question.
Good evening. My name is Temaswati Ngobile Dlamini. I'm a journalist by profession. My question will be directed to you, VC, and the women and men in the mining industry. I would love to ask, as a university, as an institution, do you think you are producing fit graduates in the mining sector, in the courses that you provide in engineering, etc.? If not, or looking at your database of the graduates that you have produced in the past 5 years, let me say, if you're looking at your database, what is the percentage? And if really you are not, as it is said outside, do the mining sector, especially the mining council, do they come to you to say, no, look here, professor and the institution, this is what we need. This is the skills we need, because there are thousands of graduates out there, not only in your institution, but in all higher institutions of learning, who have done the same programs that you are speaking about here, but they don't have job. It's very hard to crack in this industry. So I am just asking that, do you think the skills that you're providing, because I may not know much about mining, but they always talk about skills being far below what they expected or what they want. So do you think, are you producing fit graduates that can be marketable to the industry? And if not, is the mining sector, especially the mining council, assisting you to say, this is exactly what we want? That is question number one. Question number two will go to the institution collective, the leadership, the entire leadership, and the mining sector as well, because we are here because of them. And not, Professor, I'm not going to quote you as a journalist, but I'm going to quote you as a young entrepreneur. Are there any opportunities that you can assure us, even you can assure me in privately, we can have a 5-minute discussion, together with the council, that you can incorporate to the communities out there that we're coming from, on the said subjects? Because we have in the mines, we just don't have companies and that are in the mining center. We don't have engineers, but we have labor workers. Those labor workers are our fathers, our mothers, our aunties, who dig the mines, who dig the gold, who take out the gold. And after that, when they get retired at the age of 60, they're sitting in their communities. But those guys have skills. They've worked in the mine for 40, 25 years. So what is it that as an institution and the mining council that you can assist us as communities to bring those skills in the mining industry? Thank you.
I'm not sure if VC you want to tackle that before we take our next round of questions.
I'll ask. Let me get out of it quickly.
Okay.
Let me say, I want to assure you that the quality of our graduates is comparable to the best in the country. We are mainly 4 universities in the country that have strong mining disciplines. The others have cognate disciplines. So it's UJ, it's Wits University, UP, and University of Johannesburg. What gives us an edge, colleagues, is that in the aftermath of COVID-19, we are now seeing the acceleration of digital systems and practical systems. Our students would have both experiences, the digital and the experiential. And Professor Dube had started by saying, in their nascent stage, they start with simulation, technology simulation, and in their practicals, or even in the workplace experience, then they garner for themselves the agility of interfacing both. So we are quite privileged and quite, I could say, ready to go into work because of this possibility of having dealt with distance, but also the digital interface with the experiential. Two, our accreditation system is the same. It's by the engineering councils and mining councils, but for us, it's even more than that. The Council for Higher Education and the Commonwealth of Learning. So we subject our qualifications to international accreditation bodies. The final aspect, perhaps, are we proud of our students? Definitely. We expose them to rigorous proctoring and invigilation system, whether they do their online systems. We know if they're writing with many people. We also know if they are writing, somebody is writing for them. That's why we are able to find them. So you can live with the comfort that when you get a Unisa student, there will be, and we teach them also through translanguaging. They are multilingual. They don't just speak English and Afrikaans. They speak African languages, and they use them in ways that are resourceful for the economy. So I think it's quite an important asset to consider. Are we, this one is for Dr. Mkhobu, you can help me, but the business optimization through our university enterprise development, which is generally within the finance department, we try to ensure that we support small businesses for enterprise development, including our own students. We have Unisa Enterprise in Tlangelo Hub as the hubs which must curate those talents. And I think it will be constructive if you engage with Professor Meiwa, but also our chief, Dr. Mkhobu, because the CFO is not here, around the questions of enterprise development or matching the critical businesses with industry through these partnerships, even those that we are going to form today. So thank you.
I think there was a question about the skills that maybe those that have worked in the mines for a long time, how do we harness those skills? And I do think that particularly that question might be useful for the universities, but as well for the mining industry to say, do we let the skills that they have had go down? How do we ensure that maybe we utilize those skills? I know in our institution we do have recognition of prior learning, but I think there are opportunities in what we said that, you know, it's something that I'm hoping that everyone who's here is thinking about, to say that is a skill. Experience as a teacher, and there are some things that we can harness from that particular skill that they've had. I think that might be my last round of questions. I think that, and can I take both of them? And the lady in the scarf, I think she had raised behind you. I'm not sure if she still wants to ask a question, but you can go ahead.
No, thank you so much. I'm Professor Olaudze John Kole, the Acting Executive Dean of the College of Law. And I want to agree with Mr. van der Bode. The problems that you have, you will not be able to solve all of them all by yourselves. And the partners that you need there, you need institutions of higher learning. And we are saying, as the College of Law, we are ready and we are prepared to partner with you to make sure that we help you to generate or to produce knowledge and to make sure that that information, that knowledge reaches our society. But for us to be able to do so, we are a college that seeks to do things differently, and a college that wants to partner with private industries, not only you, but other stakeholders here as well. Because, as I say, we are a college that is concerning itself with doing things differently, college that is concerned with making sure that we transform our curriculum. Of course, we need all the other stakeholders here, because we are more concerned with the question of law, different areas of law, crime prevention. You have highlighted actually even the issues of crime. And we understand that some of these projects, some of these research initiatives, at times they would require funding. We are saying as well, we are prepared, we are available. Ours is more of making sure that when we partner with you, we end up producing that research, making sure that it reaches our society. So that is the area that we need. So we are amenable to the situation where we partner with you to produce knowledge. We are prepared when you have got specific areas of research that you really need to look at. We have got different community engagement projects that are looking at various legal aspects. So we are there, and that is what we are doing. And is there a possibility that we can partner with you? And the others on the audience here, they can take it up with me down here on the floor. And I was excited because I heard from SITA as well. Yes, we can as well partner in that regard to make sure that we align our curriculums so that should help students that did your qualification to be able to articulate into our formal qualifications. And that will help actually even students that are taking your courses. And it will actually even benefit our society as well. So we are amenable. Is there a way that we can partner first with Chamber of Mines and other stakeholders to make sure that we are up to that challenges? Thank you so much.
Thank you. There was another hand.
Good evening. My name is Nombulelo, so I'm from government. And I've got a question for the Mining Council. So you would remember that last year at COP26, government made a big announcement on the JETP, the Just Energy Transition Partnership. And this year at COP27, the whole world is looking at what the progress has been. And obviously mining is a hard to abate sector, so it's a priority for decarbonizing. And I'm just wondering what the view of the mining houses is going into COP27. Obviously, the white elephant in the room is, will the just energy transition be just? You know, what will happen to those jobs in the mines? You know, what will happen? So just your view around that towards COP27. The second thing is more of a comment. We are estimating that by 2040, the green hydrogen pipeline of projects will be worth circa 300 billion rand. And institutions have invested so much in research for over a decade through HISA, but now when this pipeline is here, like, you guys are quiet. It's just fascinating. I think VC, it's sort of reciprocal, right? You want industry to invest, you must do the same. Invest in this process of developing the pipeline and making sure the projects hit the ground, and, you know, investing your skills in those projects. One of those projects is the Sasol Buchobai project, so yeah.
Thank you so much for the comments. I think that goes to our college, Professor Due, that we need to take up those opportunities and make sure that we are participating in that space. I know that there are colleagues that are already participating, but maybe the impact of it is so small, so it means we need to do more.
You've already answered the question for me. Yes, yeah. Indeed, we have, we keep on repeating that we've got an institute that focuses specifically on issues of energy. And the hydrogen, project that we're actually talking about, we already have researchers with that interest who want to actually participate. We are already having colleagues that are partnering with even CSIR on the projects and Sasol. But as my colleague here is saying, maybe it's not yet visible because it's the conversations is where we already have people who have lifted up hands who are interested in that space as well. So definitely it's a conversation that we should follow up on, and we'll be interested in actually getting resources from our side to be the researchers in that particular field. The other one, I think it's.
I think you are right, Lelo, on the question of our participation on hydrogen research and associated energy issues. I think sometimes our universities have been doing research, but not the nexus of research, innovation, and commercialization. And this is the anchor point for our university to ensure that we're not just impactful in our society, but we change also the industrialization systems. I was actually going to say earlier on when we were talking about beneficiation, that perhaps it's not just beneficiation a challenge. I know that in many instances, countries with huge populations are seen as environments for beneficiation because of the scale, technology, and energy complex. But if hydrogen is improved, we could look for those that are profitable, which may not necessarily need large population sizes or energy sizes, or which could invest on the hydrogen economy that you're referring to. The second aspect that Professor Dube has already alluded to is that we have individuals who are interested in this research, but they are never pivoted into the national innovation system in order that they contribute to creating communities of knowledge that could be beneficial to industry and public sector. And that's what we as Unisa are trying to build on as a strength in our system, which we may not have had or may not have projected in the past. The issue about the sector, we also need competitiveness, because we may have the best diamonds in the world, but people who are buying cubics, which are made in the laboratories, might be more than those who are buying the diamonds. So we also need to look at what are the new technologies that are challenging the natural resources systems that mining and energy are dependent on, and look at how we can also create a balance in order that we propel economic activity or profitability. And that's something that the mining sector must also think about, because if I prefer to buy cubics, not diamonds, because diamonds are too expensive, but majority of us, scale and demand are also economic factors that the mining industry must also look into, and something that colleges can also work with you in trying to look also at the economics of scale, but also the profitability beyond just the productivity, but also the speculative economy. Because when Sitz was speaking, he emphasized more on the bottom line. I'm not saying you didn't do anything about the rehabilitation. You talked about it. He talked about the bottom line out of the beneficiation, but we have not probed how can that bottom line still be anchored within the domestic economy or benefit the domestic economy. Perhaps it's in the economic speculative systems or investment systems that we can also think about with the mining houses on how such contextual, local, and international interfaces can be harnessed. And it's an area that we are interested in, at least for me, I think, because you can have natural resources, but not the profitability. And that's a challenge that we're experiencing with our 13%. Thank you.
Thank you. For the professor on the law side, thank you very much. We'll take note of that. I mean, for me, the key takeaway out of this evening, immediate, something that we can immediate action, is to make sure that there is an engagement with Mandela Mining Precinct, that they, because they are, you know, the partnerships that try to bring a lot of partners together. And it's important that they understand, excuse me, it's important that they understand what is out there in the various institutions. I just want to come back to the point that was also raised about the hydrogen economy. We're having too many insular conversations, I think. And if I listen to you know, what the speakers are saying about the hydrogen, I'm seeing a completely different picture. Because we, in the Minerals Council, we've now established a Hydrogen Leadership Forum, which is either CEOs or executives nominated by them. They are hard at work looking at what needs to be done. So we've already had an engagement from Department of Science Innovation. We'll have one with Sasol, will be a next one. So there's a tremendous amount of energy that, if I can use that pun, there's a lot of energy that is being invested into that, and time and money and so on, to make sure that we realize this opportunity for the country. We absolutely see the opportunity as much as you do. We agree on that. So it is a question of the how, and how we're going to do that. But that's why I say I think we need to have more of these conversations. With COVID, we couldn't do that. We can't do these things on Teams, I believe, effectively. So it's really nice to be here. Thanks.
Thank you. I think there's one question that was asked about what the mining sector commitment on energy, if I'm from the COP26, and now what has happened. I think this is in terms of the improvement or the progress going to COP27.
Yeah, in the last board meeting, the board now approved a climate change position, so that it's very clear of where we stand. We're not denialists. We absolutely subscribe to the science of climate change, and that we need to move to a transition and a just energy transition. The debate comes in the how. It's not in the, you know, I think there's very clear alignment on what needs to be done. It is how we're actually going to do that. I know my colleagues on the environmental department, they are also formulating specifically on the COP position, and also on that money, you know, the money that was pledged and how that is going to be used for the just energy transition. So yeah, good question, thanks.
Thank you so much. I think I'll take one last question, and then from there I'll ask the panel to conclude. I think it's been a long night. One last question.
I wish it was a question, but I'm just supporting Zitz on his comment. It's easy to say a just transition. I'm pausing because I want you guys to look back at the old mining towns that we have in South Africa, where those mining activities has closed. Was there just transition? It's not an easy thing. When an operation has been running for 30, 40 years and it has to close down, we were talking about mining people that are sitting at home. They've got specific skills for mining. They don't have specific skills for solar energy. How do you transition them from being coal miners, diamond miners, gold miners, into solar miners? So as much as we would want to believe that we have to have a just transition, we need to properly manage it and make sure that there is intensive programs to train those employees that will be moving from a particular mining method or coal mining as an example into a different direction. It won't be easy. And it would need commitment not only from the mining houses, but also government. And let's be honest, we're talking about the challenges. There was a question, I think it's behind me. The challenges of illegal miners. 90% of those illegal miners are not mining in reserves or mines that are being operated and owned by somebody else. They are going back to the mines that have been closed 20, 30 years, and there's nobody who's responsible for those mines. And they're mining pillars, which is not safe. You mine where you think there is gold, which is not safe. Now, is it the mining house that still needs to manage those old mines that have been closed, which possibly the previous owners have got that closure certificate from the government that says, you have done everything that we expected you to do, you can walk away. 15, 20 years later, you have got these challenges that are happening with people that are busy mining there. There is no money, no budget to really manage whatever activities that are happening there. So as much as we're talking about just transition, we just need to pause and reflect and say, maybe in terms of the new generations that are coming, the institution can play a role in redirecting their interest towards this solar different energy mix. But those that have been working in this operation for 20, 30 and they're about to go to retirement, I'm struggling to see this just transition. So I just wanted to support you on that, so it's not a question. Thanks.
Thank you so much for the comment, and I think there's a lot of work that we need to do. I think it goes back to what my colleague was saying about policies, about our regulations, those that walk away and leave the problems behind. So how do we go back and ensure that these activities don't have adverse consequences 20, 30 years later? I would like to briefly to the panel for their closing remarks, and then I'll hand back to the MC of the night.
I just want to thank you all for coming, for being generous partners of the University of South Africa. We would like to learn with you, and we hope your industries and your companies succeed as we also try to flourish as a university. Thank you.
I had an interesting take on the South African Rugby World Cup story. And the story goes as this: in 1995, Madiba won the World Cup. In 2007, the rugby team won the World Cup. And in 2019, the people won the World Cup. I thought that was quite an interesting take on it, and I take a lot of hope from that. It shows what is possible if South Africans put their minds to it. And it's not only in rugby, it can be in other things. And I think this evening, this conversation and the hope that it inspires and so on is all about that. Is we want to be the world champion in mining. We want to be the world champion in mining that is friendly towards the environment, towards social issues. And if we can unite on that, I think we can go a long way. Thank you very much.
For me, it was a very exciting and conversation that speaks of a greater future, especially if there are opportunities where we don't see now institutions of higher education as just elephants or white elephants there, where we are not supposed to be responding to societal needs, and also where we miss the opportunity of strengthening the ideas that we are coming with in the higher education, but translating them as we partner with industry to create innovation. So it cannot just happen, as we said earlier, without us working together. Things that we want to see in Africa, minerals, we've talked about the wealth of this continent. We can't talk about poverty for a continent with that type of wealth. We can't actually ignore the resources that we have and how we can actually tap into those resources. If it means that we tap into the knowledge in higher education on improving how the systems can run and vice versa, let's do so, but we respond in solving the problems that are actually facing us. We can't look for other communities to actually solve problems for us. So I think it shouldn't be a conversation where we talk about where is the implementation. People have been asking about, yes, we had conversations, but where is the implementation? But this conversation should not end here, because we've had several events at times which are fantastic, but we don't do follow-up. So one is looking forward to that engagement where there is, knowledge known in the institution, and there is industry that can strengthen, what we actually want to do, and then we see ourselves being impactful in our communities. Thank you.
I would like to thank my panel and you as an audience. I think it has been very informative and engaging. And I think what we can take away is that we should trust ourselves. We have the solutions, and we need to partner. And I think we do appreciate that you've taken the time and accepted the invitation. And so by accepting the invitation, you have become part of our Unisa community. So we'll definitely be reaching out, and we're hoping that when we do raise our hands and say, let's partner to solve these challenges, that we can then work together. Thank you so much.
I'm still wrestling with the Zama question, especially if we think about it from our linguistic prospect. Perhaps it's a question that we should go and research, because we should, when people are trying to make a living, perhaps not the criminality, is it the democratization of an industry that we have not done in the right way? I'm living here grappling with what is it that the Zama represent in the psyche and in the economy of South Africa. I couldn't respond to it, but as we were walking down, my conscience is grappling with this. How do we deal with it?
Round of applause. Izamazame zakuseta man. I just want to take this opportunity to say, for me, not only because Kimo Unisa, but it's been a lecture. I learned so much in a very short space of time. And I appreciate that. I appreciate our panel. appreciate our facilitator, Dr. Mtombeni, for assisting us in facilitating the process. We keep going back to one thing, and one thing only. The struggle of our people, which is poverty, lack of information and education. And those are key elements that build nations. So we keep going back there. And as long as you and me participate in all of this, we'll be able to change a lot in a lot of lives of our people. I also had a lot on digitization. Hey, next week. If you see me on TV saying digitization, I mean, College of Law, kwale badila ka bo mutatis, you know, babua Latin, but I want they must add Setswana nyana mona moving forward, but kitabua le profo. So that Rebono Horenoman, this law man cannot only be in Latin. So on that element, yeah, digitization, Waibona this thing Waibona, the code that you see there on my right and the one that you see there on my left. If only my colleagues from Babadi Art, I say art, no. Remember we spoke about philanthropy. Mr. TJ, kopong unchapele scan linkisela mola. Oh wow, wanchaza uska dula kwa kitcheninda, so dule da. So and remember that we did say that this donation is going to innovation. Ne? Who knows? Some of us, you know, bo brasipo, bo bramama mbavalete ngiso. Maybe they might just, you know, design, you know, a young underpen, digital underpen. You don't have to take it off. You can just you can just use the bathroom without taking it off. Innovation. So you can actually scan there to do a donation towards our courses that we have here at home, more Unisa. And from DASO, I can only say thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you for your participation. I'm hoping that next year we are going to have 2. The other one will be somewhere Kokasi in the township, so that the information is translated easily. Skawara geta translita ka totital. And then the other one will be more of a formal experience, so that when we have this kind of engagement, we don't leave anyone behind. So I want to thank you, and kitokopa Prof Buitumelo Senokwani is the director, stakeholder relationship, not from from Mohai, more Unisa. Yeah, just to do a vote of thanks. Otherwise, from me, all the best. Festive season. We're only left with a few days. And all the best in the new year. God's love and grace. Marserve.
Good evening, colleagues. I think we have missed an important element. And I won't repeat the same mistake. I'm going to plead with you that you be grounded for only 10 minutes. Only. I don't want a lot from you. I didn't want to interrupt with my boss because when she was on stage, even if she's late, I work on the assumption that she's early or there's no time wasted. Only 10 minutes, colleagues. I'm going to I'm going to be very quick before I do vote of thanks in the item of philanthropy, because that is in my heart and I thought I'll be doing injustice if I don't facilitate that process very quickly. In 10 minutes it will be done. I've got myself and the Vice-Chancellor earns 5 times than me, my boss Dr. Mukhobu, Prof Meiwa, Prof Ndlovu, earns 3 times than me. So whatever I pledge, they will triple or the Vice-Chancellor will make it 5. We are just establishing principles. We start from within before we go out. I'll come to you as guest. I have noticed Prof Masina, who's there? Who's working in the office of the VC? Master Maimela is there, and who? Mamatlari is there. The Dean is here. Matole is there. Colleagues, from Unisa, we are just going to ask, before I come to the Deputy Chairperson of Council, if the pledges, the scans are there, the pledges are there, and that they, Muchachi, Utengagir, I hope that your team has got pens to move quickly, 10 minutes only. Internally, I'm not going to ask a lot. I personally, as the lowest amongst all of you who are here from Unisa, I will pledge, you must debit it, or is it debit or is it what? From my salary, because if it will go to my salary, at the bank you'll never get it. You must just grab it from the salary. I'll pledge 10,000 rand towards the cost.
Because he earns 4 times more than me, I'll pledge 5,000 rand.
Kademu Japilu, is there anyone who's taking the details? Please, if we can move quicker, get their contact, I'll make follow-up myself. I'm good in doing that. Vice-Chancellor, I take that there is 50,000 rand. Thank you very much. Dr. Mukhobu, 30,000 rand. Prof Meiwa, 30,000 rand. Prof Ndlovu, 30,000 rand. Mama I know you earn less than them. It's simple, 20,000 rand. No, it's fine. Prof Masina, 20,000 rand. Who's there? I'm missing someone. Prof Dube, I know 20,000 rand for you. It's easy, 20,000 rand. Who am I missing from Unisa? There was another person, I think. Is it fine? How much is it? Yeah, David is more like me in the same category, so 10,000 rand is fine. So, how much is that? It's a done deal, that one. There's no question, month end, par into the account. How much is it? I just need totals. 150,000. Prof Kole. Oh, an executive dean. Yes, no, it's fine. I'm not going to ask a lot, just 20,000 rand. It's fine. It is. Let's talk those possibilities. Maybe I can give you a grace of 2 months payment. It's fine. I'm flexible. How much is it? We are sitting at 170. And Tademuchachi, you are in that, how much are you offering? It's fine, you are working with money. So we can't give you money that you can't contribute. 1,000, it's fine. Tate Mujapelo, you are the boss there. Don't embarrass me in front of external stakeholders. 10,000. We are sitting at 181, internal. So we are fine. Internal is 181 pledges. Let's go, the deputy chairperson, 186. Or plus the program director is 1, we are sitting at 186. The deputy chairperson of council, you are in business. It's in farming and all these businesses. So for him, he can match whatever we are putting on the table. Dademusia, how much are you giving? Must I put a price for you? 100,000, 50,000, 30,000, 30,000 rand. We are sitting at 216. The VC is protesting that 50. Okay, we are sitting at Mama Shatola, when we started, she said, if you can just give us about 50,000. I said, hey, you're undermining me, Mama Shatola. We are sitting at 216. 2? Dademuchachi, we are at 266. Papa, no. Please, you are working here. 5,000. Papa, no, Pasha. We are doing well. Mr. Fanok Vode, do you have a conscience? Just how much? Address. That can give you more. No, I want to target the address. The Vice-Chancellor's got your number. We are sorted. Let's go to Sosol. Sosol is the biggest, I'm told you when you go to Secunda there, is the biggest. They are in a stock exchange. They are having shares in America. Do you have anything to? Personal front, that we are happy with that. We are happy with that. We'll come to Sosol. No, I'll come personally to Sosol. I'll engage the CEO to say, how much and I know there is someone on the table from the, if I remember, Dr. Mukhobu, can you assist? This table is very important. You don't sit there for free. It was strategic. She's from Dr. Mukhobu? She's your wife. So is it combined? No, it's fine. We understand. I'll move very quick. This table, who wants to offer from this table? Mining's Qualifications Authority. Do you want to offer us anything? We talk on the side. Dademujaji, that table at the back, don't misrepresent yourself there. But wale shevile. Anyone? 1,000 is fine. Anyone on that table? They are still thinking. On that table, how much? 10,000. Dadam Jaji, you know their name. So I want to trace them. On this table, or you are done. On that table, see majority of students. On that table, just be brave. No students there. There is a worker there. I can sense workers. 1,000 nyala. 1,000 nyana. On that table, $2,000. Thank you very much. Government is here. Government is here. When government is here, we are very happy. Government is represented. No, thank you very much, government. This table, but I forgot Dr. Mtombeni. How did it happen that I missed you? No, I'm saying I missed you in the previous round. And you are earning the same salary like me, Mos. We are having the same children, number of children, 2. You've got 4. How much are you offering, Dr. Mtombeni? Is it, are you sure? You are in the engineering sector and is it fine? Anyone in the table? An address. And Dr. Muchachi, there is an address there. On that table, don't be shy. You are still thinking. This table, anyone? 5,000 rand. Thank you. We are done. This table, I think it was only profound. On this table, this is the last table. Address. Address to who? Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm very happy with the progress, and I hope that companies represented here and those who were invited and accepted invitations who never made it, I will personally drive to them and make sure that we make follow-ups. And those who left earlier. Program Director, Principal and VC Management Committee, Unisa staff, I am for this purpose isolating Mem Ashatola, Mem Pahlele, Mr. Mamrobela, Mem Pashe, for having worked hard. Your presence was present. Mr. Van der Vode, thank you very much for having availed yourself to present. It is really appreciated. The Deputy Chairperson of Council for being here. Mining and energy companies, bosses, staff, and businessmen and women present, thank you for honoring us. Unisa is your home. Just call us, we shall respond. Thank you very much. If it happens that you leave before meeting us or engaging, travel safe back home. Former Miss South Africa, Miss Naika, thank you very much for blessing us. Travel safe. Thank you very much.